Okay, now we're on. They might have changed the key. Okay, so we are on. Actually, while I'm at it, let me... 0 viewers, but let's also check my phone. Yeah, okay, it's showing me that. I'll switch to live chat, and I'll see what's up on my phone. I am tired, and it's late by my standards, so I won't be able to do this for very long. I've already been working all day, but I thought I'd stream for a little bit. See if anybody was around with any questions and whatnot. I'm going in for a surgery pretty soon. In a couple days. And I'm going to be gone for a couple days. But I will be around tomorrow. Hopefully that'll all go well. I'm having some sinus surgery, which might help my energy problems, because I think I've had some trouble sleeping for a very long time, I think. But I've got surgery coming up in a few days, but I will be around tomorrow. I have had a little bit of trouble with streaming while also actually working on this kind of stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But I don't want to say that I'm feeling done with this, but I've considered saying that, calling it done. I've considered, at least, calling it done, like after the surgery. And just saying, like, well, let's see how much I can get done, and then just call it at that. But these, some of these scenes are still in pretty bad shape, so I've been working on this stuff. I'm pretty tired right now. I'm kind of low-key right now, but I have been working on this sort of thing for a while. Yeah. I was streaming with a camera, but that was also, and I still have the set sort of set up in this room. This little talk show set, but I haven't been using it because, okay, my tablet is not working for no reason, so that's not good, actually. Huh. Yeah, my tablet's not working. I think normally I would need to restart Photoshop, actually, which is not. I wonder, actually, because sometimes when this happens, it's a case of the pen being dead rather than anything else. I don't think that should happen. Hello, Rafael Castro. I think the pen is. I'm gonna plug in the pen somewhere and see what's up, because I thought I just charged this pen, but never know. I don't strictly need this pen, I suppose, but that is kind of what I wanted to do this time around, was work with this pen. I'll plug it in and see what happens. Because it might just be out of juice. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. Okay. Well, so yeah, that is the situation. The pen was out of charge. So I'm going to have to work with the mouse for a bit while that charges and falls on the floor, but that's fine. That's fine. This is fine. I'll just work with the mouse for a bit. Yeah. I don't know how interesting these streams are, or if there's anything people actually want to know. I kind of stopped doing them because it wasn't that interesting. I could tell it wasn't that interesting. But I'm here. I was interested in, I've been keeping kind of weird hours. I've been up at like weird hours of the night, and I wasn't really streaming during that time. And I don't know, I'm just kind of frustrated at this point because I don't, I would like to, I guess, reach out to people a little more, but, and be like more social media-y active, but I don't have all that much I can do right now, that, I don't know, that I think people would be interested in. I don't think this is very interesting, but it's also a little harder to do on stream, so I just stopped streaming and was just bashing it out, doing a lot of work every day. I was actually doing a lot of work on the thief scenes and everything. What I'm doing right now is I'm sort of establishing a baseline for the scene, because what I'm trying to do is, there's a couple splices in this shot, which means that the film was spliced together with tape. It was cut up with a razor and spliced together with tape at a certain point, which I used to do. That's a very old-fashioned way you worked with film, but that's how we worked with film back in the day. And what ends up happening is that on that jump, when it's cut together, there's you see this like black line, which is the line of the tape. It's dirtier at this point, and then it also just jumps up physically. and like stretches and squashes, and it's very hard to deal with. So that's something where I try and fix a lot of those. And I fixed a lot of those in the existing recobbled cut, where you sort of remove a splice as best you can. That's not always possible to do like a perfect job removing the splice. But you sort of warp the footage or repaint the footage to replace those shots which might be really warped and stretched and messed up. And you just sort of fix those issues so they're less obvious. And then you've got something. And it's not always the most jarring thing, because they occur at edit points, like at the beginning of a shot is when this error sort of occurs. But in the middle of a shot, as this is, it's especially jarring. And it's not great at the beginning of a shot either. Now, I've done this for my own films. I did 4 student films. Well, I did more than 4 student films on film. In like 2002 and 2003, I did 4 main, like, I don't know, 5-minute shorts on film, on black and white 16mm film, when I was at USC Film School. And I never got the footage from those. I just got the work print, which we'd splice together with tape. I actually only have mine anyway. I don't even know. I forget. I don't even think I have I'm forgetting now, but I was specifically looking to see if I had a copy of one of those films, and I don't think I do. Actually do, but it was the bad one. Like, I don't have a copy of the bad one, but I have the 3 others. I did do like some restoration of my own short films of those that were done that way, but I don't think I finished those restorations to 2 films called Beautiful Zelda and The Journey of True Song. I don't think I actually finished it, but I did get those like transferred and this and that. But what I'm doing is I'm sort of matching each frame during this splicey sequence to match a frame, 2 frames earlier in the sequence, so that you don't notice the splice. I do have some techniques which are more advanced. I'm also very perfectionist about this stuff. Like, there are like quicker automatic things I could be doing. And actually there are some quicker automatic things that I did here to an extent. I used PF Clean, which is a program to do automatic dirt removal, but on scenes that are this complicated, PF Clean doesn't cut it. I think a more modern program would cut it, but not this old like copy of PF Clean. I don't think would. But because it changes, like the lighting is changing all the time. So it's tough to do this. Like, you don't really get 2 frames that look roughly the same or that flow into one another. And that's just something that we gotta fucking deal with. So now I've sort of warped this frame to match my guide frame here. And now I'm going to click something called difference eyes. And now Photoshop's going to be doing various automatic things, which I've created, which are sort of, it's an automated thing, automated Photoshop action, which I created, which would make things very easy if 2 frames in a row were similar. And I still use it because it compares them, these 2 frames, and then it sort of removes, it creates an overlay that is just those frames, that is just those differences between those frames, so that you can the main thing, I created this action when I was restoring Raggedy Ann and Andy, and a lot of Raggedy Ann and Andy is animated on 2s, and that or has like static elements, and that's much less common on The Thief and the Cobbler. The Thief and the Cobbler is much fancier about what it's doing. But the point of this action originally was that if I had removed the dirt from a frame and then I had another frame which was very similar, I could automatically also remove the dirt from that other frame, assuming it was similar in most respects. But I'm not so sure about this. I'm gonna sort of paint in. I'm doing this with the mouse, which is a little painful. I don't really have an opinion about that, the fuzzy experience. I don't really like that sort of edit, to be honest. I think that's down to your personal taste if you do like that kind of edit. But I can't say that really interests me that much. Yeah, sorry. Just something for fun. Yeah, I hear you. Understandable. Okay, so that's sort of, it's probably about close enough. I'm going to try one more thing. Let's sort of, yeah, sort of add something where these black lines are filtered out a little. And we'll just paint a little bit of that in too. And in a lot of cases, this is what I've done to remove these black lines, not fully, but just sort of. de-emphasize them, I guess. Yeah. I've been really getting down into the nitty-gritty with this. Like, I've been going through frame by frame in some very some scenes which are very, like, have a lot of dirt and damage. I wasn't going to say dirty scenes. And really putting a lot of effort into it. And I can see why I never restored these scenes before, because it is a massive, like, time suck. I'm just kind of doing it frame by frame by frame, which is not great. It's like not like a great easy thing to do. This is really bright. I don't know. I think the geometry is about right, but that's, yeah, that's pretty bright. Okay, hi. Yeah, I don't know. I posted a tweet, and like I posted something in the Recobbled Cut Facebook group, which is a thing, sort of asking if people had any questions or this or that, that they'd like to ask. I don't know if people do actually have questions, but can I use this pen? I want to use this pen. I just have to kind of dick around without this pen. I've been charging this for a few minutes, so maybe that's enough for now, because I do want to use this pen. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like the Jim Henson Hour restorations. These are all projects that meant a lot to me. A lot of the stuff that I'm working on, but especially like the Jim Henson Hour and The Thief and Richard Williams' work, stuff that meant a lot to me, like growing up. And I'm sort of glad to bring it to people. It's interesting. The Jim Henson Hour, I don't know to what extent it was rerun on Nickelodeon, but I know that the Secrets of the Muppets special didn't air, and aired on Nickelodeon. I think some of the other specials also, like, only aired on Nickelodeon in the US and stuff like that. All right. Well, yeah, I think I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm a little tired, but I thought I'd stream for a while. I just don't know how interesting this is. I wanted to do more. It's suddenly occurring to me that I'm still in the squeaky chair. This is a chair I've had for a long time. And I bought a new chair recently from Amazon. It was sent. It was one of those chairs you get in the mail. And I hate it. It's in the other room. And I couldn't really justify the expense of getting a new chair again so soon after it, but I don't like the other chair. It was really fucking up my back. So I'm still in the squeaky chair. The Jim Henson Hour theme song is good. I like the music for the Jim Henson Hour and that kind of late era of the Muppets in general, of the Jim Henson Muppets. There was a time, I don't think I can show it anymore, because of reasons. Of cringe, mostly. But at one point, I edited like the films, like the student films that I'd made, and the work I'd done in like the 2000s. This must have been 2005 or 6 or something. Into a cable access show, which I don't think this version of the cable access show actually aired anywhere, but I did used to have a cable access show about like my early movies. And this one I was trying to get on the air in Los Angeles, and they just wouldn't do it. Like they, because the industries here, they really kind of stop you from airing stuff. Oh, it did air. That's right. It aired like half an episode, and they took it off halfway through. Christ, they really jerked me around on that. But I had a cable access show in like 2005 or something, which used the theme song Manchester and Litchfield, where in Connecticut. But that show, which would have been called Orange Cow Productions Presents, because I'd had a cable access show a few years earlier, which is reasonably popular. But that show, or that version of that show, was why is this like that? Why is it a little bit warped compared to the other? I don't know which is right. I used the inner tube TV theme. that's what I was getting at. Okay. Which was the Jim Henson Hour pilot. I used the inner tube TV theme for my own show for a while. God, these are both wrong, just in slightly different ways. That's interesting. Well, I don't know if that's interesting, but it's true. So now that I've got to... I think I've got to redo this a little. Christ. But I thought that had a good theme song, the unaired pilot, Inner Tube TV. You had a cable access show in Bolton. It aired in Marlborough, Bolton, etc. Then again in Litchfield, so I wanted to air it too. That's neat. That's really neat. I had a cable access show in 93. Or like 94 even. But in high school, I had a cable access show that was actually on the air properly in like 2000 would be when it like went national. That's interesting. This was like early internet, like I joined the internet in 97, and I had I think it was 97, and I started a Monty Python website. Yeah, Waldo would have replaced Glitch. These are good. You know your stuff. That's good. But in high school, I started making like comedies with my friends, in high school in like 96. I'd had an animated show that I was trying to do in like 93 when I was like 12, which I think aired in 95 maybe, like, which was like a claymation show that I was trying to do, which is called Izzy and Bud. But then in 96, when I was like 15, I started something called Dr. Fred's Amazing Exploding Cow Show, which was like a high school comedy show that we were doing in high school. And that aired eventually, because we did like 7 of those. We would do like features, like comedy features. I finished the first one in 98. The first like 90-minute Dr. Fred show, and then I re-edited that for TV. This was all pre-digital, so I was basically become really good at analog editing. And that was how the first Thief and the Cobbler tests were also done. Like the first recobbled cut was done on VHS in 2000, where I was just had a couple of VCRs and some equipment. I had like, a couple of Video 8 decks, and like an SVHS VCR, and I got very good at, I could press the button, the pause button to record or not record, really, really within 1/60th of a second. I had very fast reflexes back then, and I was editing everything analog. That was pre-digital. It was an interesting thing, because I really wanted to get on the air in Connecticut, where I'm from Fairfield County, Connecticut. But I did actually in 95, I think it was like 94 or 95, I got like a 10-minute claymation show on the air. But I don't think Dr. Fred ever aired in Connecticut. I'm forgetting now, because I wasn't living in Connecticut. But I sent it to a bunch of people, like across the country, who aired it. I remember it was airing in Elkhart, Indiana, and just lots of random places. And there was a magazine at that time. I think it was a Larry Flint magazine. I might be misremembering that. But it was called Gear Magazine, and they called us one of the 10 best cable access shows in the country, because we had done, just before I went to USC in Los Angeles for film school, and just before I did that, I was trying to do like as much as possible before I left. So that summer, like that first half of 1999 was really creatively busy for me when I was like 18. And when Phantom Menace had come out, so we had made a feature-length like Star Wars parody of the Phantom Menace, which was just like, we watched the Phantom Menace a bunch of times in theaters and we're making fun of it. And I directed and edited that and shot it and did everything, but I wasn't the lead of that movie. I wasn't the lead actor, but I played 54 different roles, which should show you what kind of movie that was like. So it was like this 2-hour Phantom Menace parody, and that was the first time I'd written like a feature screenplay with a friend of mine named David. And I was also I wrote a musical play called Easier Than Thinking with someone called John. who I had a class with. And then I became part of a amateur filmmaking collective called Rewind Video, which was Canadian originally. Rewind Video was originally, I don't think there's much evidence of it on the internet anymore, but this was like 99 probably, 98, 99, and 99, 2000. But through them, I met Mark and Michael Lynn, who were Christian filmmakers in Rapid City, South Dakota, who held an amateur film festival there in 2001 in South Dakota near Mount Rushmore. And they became friends of mine, and I'm still very friendly with Mark and Michael. I haven't really talked to them much in a long time, but they're nice guys. They'd done something called Indiana Jed when they were in like high school, I think, where they'd like driven a car off a cliff. It was their friend Jed was like an Indiana Jones character, and it was a feature. And they'd like driven a car off a cliff and done all this stuff. And they had a Ghostbusters Ecto 1 because they'd done like a Ghostbusters thing locally. And Mark Lynn shot like a Star Wars fan film that he never finished, which Dave and I were in at one point. He reshot all of it, so we're not like actually in it. But Dave was like one of the characters that in the first version they shot, along with a lot of the other like people who were just there for that film festival. My friend Dave and a bunch of other people from like that filmmaking. I'm sorry, I should be responding to you. Yours aired in 2004. Okay. Yours was meant to be a parody of late night TV shows, was in the digital era, but still relatively early on. Yeah, 2004 was a different vibe, but I remember that vibe very well of like 2004 mini DV editing, exported to DVD. That's cool. Yeah. I'd be curious to even see that, actually, like what you were doing with talk shows. I shot a talk show for my other channel a few months ago with David Scott, my friend. It was a friend in New York, different David. That's neat. I didn't actually release it, but we shot a little talk show pilot, which I've got to edit together. Yeah, mini DV, when it was digital, that was very different. I think there was some stuff, like we did like 7 features that were analog to start with. And then in film school in LA, that was when I got into digital. And, problematic. Really? Well, are you still problematic, or were you just problematic then? Because I think a lot of people were problematic then, and I was a little problematic then, but I wouldn't be proud of it. There's some stuff that, I don't know, the standard of comedy, of what you do for comedy back then was not great. I think for the most part, what we did was not mean-spirited or anything. But 2001 was when I started working on Avid with mini DV. And I think some of my friends from that, like Filmmaking Collective, they might have been working with mini DV as early as like 98. But that was when like digital editing was coming into the homes, was like the 2000s mostly, like maybe 98, 99, but probably more like 2000s. I went all digital by 2003, I think it was. But what is going on? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. I hit the wrong fucking thing. Can I roll this back a little? Christ. I hit the wrong button. So this is an automatic Photoshop thing. Action that I've put in for when I've sort of just drawn a black mark here. And that is then going to be content aware filled, and hopefully that's just got to be good enough. But I would have switched to digital editing starting in 2001, I believe, when I was doing student films at USC, but like it was a while before I could do that at home. But I was so during that period, I would say there was a period where I didn't have my own computer, which and so I just started spending all my time at the computer labs at school at USC, which had these Macs, and I started using Premiere there and 3D Studio Max and stuff like that. My memory of Avid Express DV in 2001, and it might just be that I didn't know what I was doing, but my memory is that once you'd cut a clip, you couldn't adjust it and uncut it. And that might just have been me not knowing what I was doing back then. But if so, nobody taught me, because I didn't know, like, I couldn't, once something got cut in Avid back then, as far as I knew, I couldn't like uncut it and extend it again. So it was a lot like working with film, which I also did. We were the last class to actually work with film. And maybe I'm wrong, and I just didn't know what I was doing, and I was missing out. And I did get, there was stuff about Avid Express in 2001 that I just didn't understand, I think also. But that's my memory of it, that it was pretty primitive, and that it was easier to work with Premiere later. But by 2002 and like the beginning of 2003, I was working with Premiere on like the computer labs at school, and then I got my own Mac in 2003. And I was shooting a feature called Gods of Los Angeles when I was in LA from 2002 to 2005. So that was sort of what I was doing at film school, was making a little mini DV drama feature called Gods of Los Angeles, which was about being socially awkward in LA, basically. Just about people who were just a little bit different somehow, like they didn't fit in. Because I didn't fit in, so I wanted to kind of write about that. And it was about like my relationship with my girlfriend at the time. like my college girlfriend, which is maybe not a great thing to subject your girlfriend to, like making a movie about your relationship problems. But she wasn't a great girlfriend either, so whatever. Terrible. She was in the movie too. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I sort of got into digital editing after a while. It was rough because in 2001 I'd started doing some digital editing, and that once you were doing that, it was really hard to go back to analog, and I got very frustrated and left some work unfinished to this day that I'd shot analog. I'm thinking about this because this last year I was remastering all of that material, like archiving all the old stuff that I shot in like the 90s and the 2000s, and just copying it to a hard drive, copying a lot of that footage. And a lot of it was like movies that I'd made as a kid that I hadn't, like in high school and college, that I hadn't released. Or like in my 20s that I hadn't released, in my teens and 20s. Stuff that I hadn't finished. Because at the time, if you were editing analog and you didn't finish something, or the project was kind of changing direction, it was like, oh, I've done all this editing, but I would have to do this and this and this. So I would hit these roadblocks, and then I just started to feel like once I started editing digitally in 2001 and trying to make like more serious movies, because the people in film school in LA, I didn't fit in LA, and I think I've said this before, I was bullied for my entire 20s. Like from all, I'm currently in film classes in high school, and my film teacher is a funny person sometimes. I remember he got mad at me for zooming into a shot while editing the thing. He kind of cussed me out. That doesn't sound great. He shouldn't be doing that, cussing you out. My film school was just doing it. And because at the time I'd made like a bunch of comedy features with my friends in high school and like the year after high school. And so when I got to film school, like the first half of 1999, I remember I was working on two different musical comedy plays for the stage that I'd written. One was original, and one was a version of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that I also did like a video game, like a dumb little video game thing. But that almost got made. That adaptation almost got made at our school, and but like I was working on two Dr. Fred movies, the Star Wars one and the not Star Wars one, and like a reality horror comedy drama, which was improvised. So and an improvised historical film comedy, sketch comedy. So it was like, what, 4 features that I was working on and 2 plays in that first half of 1999. And I didn't feel like I fit in high school either, but I had this group of friends who were really into it, who were really into what we were doing with these little movies. And so that was really exciting, and I never could recapture that in LA. You know, I lost something there because there was an attitude, and I'm not saying they were wrong. I think maybe they were right. But I was used to just saying, if I want to make a movie, I'm just going to go out and make a movie. And people in LA were just like, well, you need $1 million to make a movie. You're going to embarrass yourself. You got to do it right. You can't just do this and that. And I didn't get along with the people there. But then when I would go elsewhere, when I would go back home, there was no home to go back to. And then when I would talk to people in like the Midwest, they would be like, oh, here's this guy from LA who thinks he knows what he's doing, and we're gonna ruin his life. Which is the weirdest thing, because I never thought of myself as like an LA guy, but I was enough of, people could kind of see that I knew what I was doing, and I carried myself like I knew what I was doing, but that was just because I was doing it. And some people were weird about that, but in film school and otherwise were weird about that. And maybe they were right, because my career didn't go anywhere in the end, because I was kind of, like a lot of people my age, I was sort of preparing for an economy which doesn't exist anymore, and which my generation weren't really allowed to be part of. Like, if you didn't have money, or like parents who were helping you out, like there was really no path into the industry. So I just didn't end up having that career that I expected. And I'm 40 now, so I might have missed my window. I worry about that. But my first like fan editing and film restoration and stuff like that was, well, I was always interested in like obscure media, and I'd been interested in The Thief and the Cobbler since I heard about it when I was like 9. And I did all the research into it when I was like 18, maybe 17, 18, in high school. But I was editing the movie I had shot. All right. When I was in film school, I shot a little drama film called, like a feature called Gods of Los Angeles. And like a lot of my projects, it was one of the things where, well, why can't you just do it like this? And then I would do it, and I would find out why people don't do it like this. Like, I think it was like, it ended up, I don't think I was purposely writing it about just being socially awkward in LA, but that's definitely what it came out as, because that's just what I was writing and what I was feeling. But it was like, why can't, there's sort of a rule in screenwriting that it's all about the subtext, that people don't just say what they mean, you know. And I was like, well, why can't they just say what they mean? What if I created a character who like has a certain effect on people, where they're just saying what they mean all the time, you know? And it was a little weird. I don't know that people wanted to go along with that. But it was like a lot of things that I've done. It was an experiment. And I was like, well, I'm just going to write it like this, write it how I want to write it. And I wrote like a 4-hour script. And we shot just a huge amount of material, which was pretty crazy. But that was sort of how I learned. And one weekend, it took me like 3 or 4 years to finish. And then when it came out, it was hard to get, like, even people who knew me at the time, who were close to me, were also sort of bullying me for being weird or whatever. And I really didn't know who I could trust at that time. Like I was being treated really badly by people, and I didn't fully get that until much later. So I would sort of like fall out with people and then fall back in with people and then and then remember why I'd fallen out with them in the first place, right? But they would kind of make fun of the movie when it was finished because the people were weird in it and weren't that way. So it was just like, it's not something I would show people now because of the technology, but I think in terms of what we were trying to do, it was very heartfelt and but it was, I wasn't going to like write about, it wasn't like, this teen drama that like you'd get on TV. It was the same genre, but it was about people who are weird, because I was weird, in certain ways. And that's what I wanted to write about. But when certain people who I trusted watched it, they were like, kind of shitting on it. And I didn't like what they were doing either, so. But it took a long time, and I did like we didn't shoot like the 4-hour script because I changed the ending. Because I had my friend Dave we flew my friend Dave in to star in it because I couldn't find anyone to star in the movie. So he flew in for a few weeks, and we only had so much time. And it was just this sort of, it was supposed to be this sort of religious experience. I'm not religious, but the character that is this sort of angelic figure who has some mental problems and who is supposed to die, but is like fated to die, but doesn't, and it sort of fixes her, and she's trying to fix everybody. She's like she's this sort of weird girl who's trying to fix everybody, because she's sort of miraculously been fixed by an event which was supposed to kill her, but it was the sort of script I wrote back then, which was kind of philosophical and magical realism. And she was like, the actress said to me, I die so many times in this script. Like, can't she just stay dead once? It's too many times. It's too many deaths. And I was so mad at her for like a day, I think, when she said that. And of course she was completely right. That I'd written a script that was too long and was unstructured, and that if she just died earlier than she did, it fixed those problems. So that's sort of what we came up with at the last possible minute. I realized she was right, and I shot like Dave was literally getting on the plane that day, and we shot like a scene or two that would make that work, and I cut the ending, and we redid it and this and that, and that was exactly what I should have written. But that's how you learn, though, is by, I have spliced film in film school in 2002 and 3, I think that's when it was. No, 2001 and 2, maybe even? No. I'm blanking a little on the exact years. I'd have to look it up, but I have spliced film. And so, but these movies that I did, like trying to make a more serious movie, like on mini DV for no money was obviously a little bit dumb. You know, it wasn't the ideal presentation. But I think if we'd been able to shoot that in HD and this and that, I think people would have taken it more seriously. But it was also just a reflection of my personality, which is a little weird. You know, I never fit in Los Angeles, and I look at it now and like, these characters are all weird, and people just thought they were weird. So I think I'm more self-conscious about that than I was then. I think partly because I think everyone thought I'd be very successful in Los Angeles, and I wasn't. Because the economy crashed and I didn't fit in and I didn't have money and power. And attending USC Film School, I got $125,000 in debt. And I thought that the reason that all that was being paid was to give me sort of an entree, like a way to get into the industry. And that was true for a lot of people. Like, I saw Kevin Feige speak with Jon Favreau at USC not long ago. And his experience, I don't know if he was telling the whole truth, because people don't like talk about how they broke in, and it's different for everybody and this and that. But he tells it like he only ever had to apply to one job in his life. Like, he went to USC and then he applied for an internship with the Donners, and that was that. So, like, his story is very similar to mine, at least the way he tells it is very similar to mine up to a certain point, at which time he gets an internship and starts producing the X-Men and producing Marvel films and becomes hugely successful. So that's where it diverges. But, you know, I was making all these little no-budget movies and sort of learning what I was doing by doing it wrong. Like, I learned a lot, and I would still recommend that to people, especially if you're young. That's when you can kind of make mistakes. And I'm glad I didn't do it on the internet, because I think I try to keep a lot of that stuff off the internet now, or at least it's not something that people ask me about. I put some of it on the internet because I'm vain. But if somebody asks me about, like, something where I had a bad experience or I don't like the people involved anymore, I'll tell them to fuck off, you know. I don't want to go to New Mexico and Albuquerque, but yeah, I do agree that it's hard with LA, because in Connecticut or in these other states where I was making movies, like, nobody cares, like, nobody's stopping you. At least back then, nobody really knew. And so you could just do this stuff. The technology wasn't there. We were analog, and then we were mini DV, and it was like 60 frames per second, and it looks terrible. But the actual production values that we were able to get together were, I think, better than I could do now. You know, which is weird to say, but I had people, and it was like, oh, let's see if we can get into this radio station, and let's get 30 people together to shoot the battle scene at the end of The Phantom Menace. Let's do this and let's do that. And that was harder to do in LA. And for a while, I found myself, I shot a She-Hulk movie, a Marvel movie, in January 2007. I wrote it in like a week in December 2006, and then we shot it from January to April 2007 with additional shooting going on until 2009. And that's on YouTube. Has like 36.5 million views on YouTube or something crazy like that. a lot of views on YouTube. Never really finished the edit, but we would, that was, I graduated USC in like 2003, 2004, and this was 2007 and 8, and I was still a 9, I think, even like the beginning of 2009. I was still sneaking into USC because I was still very young looking then, and I would just sneak into USC and like shoot things because I knew all the locations there. But in LA, otherwise, I think it would have been very hard to get locations to do anything. And it just seemed to get harder over the years because everybody was poor, and I'm older now. And I just didn't, I'd moved away from Connecticut where I grew up and where my friends were. And I just didn't have that group of people to work with after a certain point. And I moved back and forth a few times, and I just didn't have the people or the locations and that. But I used what I knew. When we did She-Hulk, I put up auditions on one of those websites. It might have been Backpage or whatever. It was like whatever the big casting websites were back then. One in particular. And we got so many headshots. It was absurd for people who wanted to do that film. A lot of whom were like professional nerds. I mean, most of whom, they were all professional actors, but they were also professional nerds who really wanted to do a Marvel movie. And this was right before Marvel movies were even a thing. So like, when I was referencing the Avengers in the script, it was like something that only comic fans really knew what the Avengers were and stuff like that. But Marvel was shooting Iron Man at that same time, so it was about to be a thing, but that was sort of like that. But we got thousands and thousands of submissions, and then I would call in everybody, I think, and say, well, if you're willing to come to, at first it was, I don't think you would do this now because people are terrified, and people were probably terrified then, but our base was someone's apartment in Santa Monica. And it was like, if you'll come here, then we'll put you on tape and we'll do it. So I just did this cattle call for a couple weeks with the producer at the producer's apartment, which I don't think you'd do that now. I think you'd want like a public place, so the actresses don't think you're about to like abduct them. So don't do what I did. But I called in everybody, and 400 people eventually showed up, which is not as many people as submitted. Like we got thousands of submissions, but that's a lot of people to audition, and for a project which doesn't pay and has almost no budget. The producer had a lot of money, but I wasn't trying to use his money. And I also wanted to do an original feature, which is like a post-apocalyptic thing that I'd written called 7 at the End of the World or Dancing in the Dustland. And he didn't get it. He didn't understand the script, the producer, so that never happened. And that's one of my regrets, is that project never happened. But 97, 90. A lot of people came to audition, and I don't think now you'd get that. I shot a web series which is still not officially released in like 2016, 2015, 2016. 2017, and it was really hard to find people for that web series. Like, I was not getting, it might have been that I was vague about it, about what it was even, but compared to She-Hulk, where I had thousands of people submitting, I only ever got like a handful of submissions for that project, and it was very hard to get people. And so I never got to do like a full-on kind of feature. I've been writing a feature, which I'd like to get back to, but my health is just not great. So I'm having a surgery in a couple days, and I'm hoping that helps. Because it's just been very hard to concentrate and get stuff done for a lot of reasons. I just do not feel well. But I was writing something, and I don't know if I'd be able to get anybody to shoot it with me, though, for no money, because people are broke and they don't want to just mess around all the time. And I get it, you know. I'm older too, and it would be harder for me. Like, I don't know that I would do something for nothing either. And like, if you don't want to. Yeah, professional cosplayers were just becoming a thing back then. Got a friend who got a career going and still regularly does Witchblade at Top Cut Boots. Who got there? Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, with the She-Hulk movie, I did try and enlist like cosplayers and people who were really into Marvel as a thing. Our Black Widow is like we didn't do much with Black Widow, but we did like a little bit with Black Widow, but she's still doing it, Vera Vanguard. But it was also a case though, like the people who were in our movie who were really into it are also in the actual Marvel things now, and have gone on to do like the actual Marvel movies, which is obviously more impressive than our little fan film. The fellow who played the villain, one of the minor villains, is like Stiltman / Captain Weathermaster, as he is in our script. He was on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. once, but the main guy, the fellow who played Bruce Banner and Spider-Man for us, was a top stuntman who was just getting into movies at that time. And so he kind of quit our movie after a certain point. He was in our movie for quite a bit. He shot basically his whole part. But I couldn't get hold of him after a while, and he was shooting Bratz the movie. I think that was like his first major feature. But he's in all the Marvel movies, and a lot of the movies that aren't Marvel now, and like the TV shows like The Defenders and stuff. But he was also, like in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he was the Winter Soldier for a lot of it. Because he was a top stuntman, and he's still a top stuntman, like a martial arts master. But he was our Spider-Man, and so when they were promoting Spider-Man 3, which was the new Spider-Man at the time, if you can believe that, they were promoting it, and they wanted to talk to people who were making Spider-Man fan films, and we weren't really making a Spider-Man fan film, but we'd shot a little bit of test footage of Spider-Man. That was about all I could get out of him. Besides his scripted part, which he was very good. But when they were promoting Spider-Man 3, they interviewed me, and they included that footage of him, and we met Sam Raimi, and Avi Arad, and what the other producers of Spider-Man 3, and I don't know, Don Cheadle, Sienna Miller, Stanley from The Office, and we met a bunch of people, and they did a little featurette. It's a dumb featurette. It's kind of embarrassing. But it's on the Spider-Man 3 home DVD and Blu-ray sometimes, not all the time, but it's on some whatever versions of it has that. And they just interviewed me, and I saw where they were shooting. We just walked around the Sony lot, and they were shooting Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull at the time, I think. Yeah. Which isn't a Sony movie, it's a Paramount. But they had like some sets up for that thing. I'm sorry, what are people saying? Will there be color correction made to this scene? I think there already has been. In this version, I was never happy with this transfer of the film, and I don't think there's that much you can even do to it. I know it's not very good. I know the look of it is not very good. It was never very good. This version, I've done some kung fu to the footage, which should give it a different feel, but there's only so much you can do. It's really not a good quality transfer, and maybe it was never going to be good, but you have to compensate for all this red. And I just don't think that the transfer house in the Midwest, I don't think they pulled it off the way they should have. But there has been color correction changes done to the scene in this version to an extent. I avoided doing color correction except for the first reel, things in the first reel, because I was combining the look of a couple different transfers. But with Raggedy Ann, I avoided doing color correction because, and I've said this before, what I was doing with the dirt removal was incredibly complex, and it basically meant that I would have to do another full edit of the movie to do the color correction. And so I didn't bother because I thought it already looked pretty good. But I had to leave it uncolor corrected when I was working on it, basically. But I think it was transferred well, and I don't think this was transferred well, and I think you needed to compensate for the very red look of it. But whatever. It was sort of like these reels, the KA reels, were a little hard to get out of the collector, the animator who has them. So it was, and we only had so much money and time, and it was just kind of, I trust all the people involved this time around, but it was kind of like, I just had to say, well, can you do this? And it was sent to me like this, and like, it is what it is. And I just don't think it was great. I don't think the SD transfer that was done at Crest Digital was any good in 2007 of Raggedy Ann and this and The Little Island. We did a standard def transfer originally, and I think that was garbage for so many reasons. It was like just hot garba. But this is like but it is what it is, you know. I think it would only ever look good, like good, if you got like a professional transfer made of this scene from Arabian Night or Princess and the Cobbler. Like, this is still, at the end of the day, it's a work print where, like, the work print of A Moment in Time, which is Dick Williams' work print of The Thief and the Cobbler, which I don't have, but the Academy has, doesn't look spectacular either. Like, our stuff looks probably better than that. But it's still, you know, it is what it is. The 8K restoration that someone did to... Nobody's done 8K restoration of the chase scene. Like, it's... I have this material. Nobody else has this material, okay? If they're upscaling it there, they're just fucking around with my stuff. And they're not talking to me when they do it, like they're not saying, hey, Garrett, I'm doing this, which probably means they're one of those, like, weirdos who who is trying to start some shit, frankly. But whatever. So maybe, yeah, I don't know. I hate to be this way, but there's some weirdos on YouTube. Did I stretch that out too much? I might have stretched that out too much. Well, all we need to worry about here is like the thief himself. So maybe, do we even need to stretch it out? Yes, we do. I'm answering my own question. Yes, we do. But yeah, let's just do it this much then. Not this much. Yeah, but you can see this is the sort of example of what happens with a splice in this work print. Yeah, but whatever they're doing, it's an upscale from my work. Like, people don't have sources for this that don't come from me, I guess, is the other thing. I don't know. Okay. It's cool if they're not a weirdo. Like, I don't want to like say somebody's a weirdo who isn't a weirdo. There's just a lot of weirdos. But anyway, so you can see that it's blurred and it's stretched because it was moving in the projector at the time it was transferred. This is also where we get into some of my methods, I guess, because we're just gonna have to fake this, and sometimes I'll fake it, and sometimes I'll just. This is a little wobbly though. This is like wobblier than I would have liked. See, it's like, I don't know, it's like wobbling in different directions a little bit. Can we get something that wobbles in the same direction? I've decided in this case I'm just gonna. God. Yeah, see, these are all a little different. Like a little wobbly. Huh. What I need to worry about is this anyway. But, you can see how these sort of been. Yeah, anyway, that'll do. I'm just gonna try and like combine. Oh, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna talk shit about somebody who's always wondered why the background was fading in and out randomly. To make a restoration its job difficult, I suppose. No, there's just constant lighting changes in this. It's very ambitious in what it's doing with the lighting. Very ambitious and very difficult to work with because of it. Which is fine. This is fine. I can deal with it. It's fine. It's fine, okay? It's fine. But it is tough. Like, a lot of these scenes like are very different from frame to frame, and I'm trying to paint out dirt from frame to frame. And it's not great. And in this frame's case, I'm just gonna paste him in, because I don't think I'm losing anything by doing this. I wouldn't normally do this, though. And I do have methods normally to sort of avoid doing what I just did. But I think that's what we're doing here. Because it is wobbling. You see that? Look at all the wobbling and splicing. And so I'm taking this one frame and I'm sort of just matching what's happening to this reference frame. Wait. Can I put in, let me put in some text. Create new text. Be right back. How's that? Can you see that? Oh, you can. That's like... yeah, I'm gonna... I guess I want to be right back. You see what I mean? The profile pic for this channel is Yum Yum in a Christmas sweater. It was like a Photoshop that someone did. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, I'm almost back. Let me get something to drink and then I'll be back. But you should turn the light on, maybe. Okay, I am back. I'm back. But why was the YouTube profile picture, was that causing some confusion? I don't think I did it. I think that's something somebody photoshopped. That doesn't seem like something I did. This wasn't even my YouTube channel originally. It was Patrick McCart's. But he was just a fan who I knew and know. I haven't talked to him much lately, but I do know him. Okay. Do you like View Askewniverse movies? I don't think anybody likes those. I don't think anyone in the entire world likes them. I've never seen them. Oh, no. View Askewniverse. I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about Doug Walker. It's such a dumb thing. I always keep mocking Doug Walker for like no reason on these streams. I don't know. Such an easy target. I have no strong feelings about Doug Walker. View Askewniverse, Kevin Smith. Well, not really. But I've met Kevin Smith twice. Well, once and then like sort of. Let's say, well, I've met Kevin Smith once and attended a Kevin Smith situation at another point in time. I think Kevin Smith was I think was a very funny guy. I thought they were all right. Kind of their time, but I think he was a big inspiration to my like generation of filmmakers, along with Robert Rodriguez, because he had made movies for like no money and gotten very successful because of Harvey Weinstein, largely, who's a monster. And I think we all thought, like, the people of this filmmaking collective, or the that I belonged to in like 99, 2000, the early 2000s, we all thought like we could be the next Kevin Smith. And there was only ever one Kevin Smith, but I remember I was at Comic-Con twice. I saw Kevin Smith twice at Comic-Con, and it was under two very different circumstances. And one, he just had a table and he was doing a signing, and he was bald in a way that he wasn't bald later, the second time I saw him. And he was just doing signings and talking to fans and this and that. And I was just being a dick to him for no reason, because I was probably 24, and I was just being a dick, I think. So I was just kind of like, I just hung around his table for a long time being a dick, because I had nothing better to do. I did the same to Steve Purcell from Sam & Max. I just talked to him for a long time. And I think I was just kind of being a dick. But I bought one of his shirts, which I liked. He later blocked me or unfriended me on Facebook, Steve Purcell, over because I was rude about Joe Biden or something. I am a Democrat voter, but I don't like Joe Biden or the Democrats, because most of them are terrible. But I do vote. I do vote Democrat, but most of them are terrible. Bordering on all of them, but most of them. But I just hung around Kevin Smith for like a long time at one of those Comic-Cons, and I was totally being a dick to him, and I regret it. He won't remember this, but I was just like entertaining myself, like watching him do what he does. But the second time was Spider-Man 3 was coming out, and I think this might have been the last time I went to Comic-Con, because Comic-Con got much bigger very quickly. And, Comic-Con is huge now, and after a while it became hard to, let's say, navigate, right? So Hall H is, I think still is, like the big Comic-Con hall. I would assume it's still the case. And we were waiting for a Spider-Man 3 panel with Sam Raimi. And as I mentioned, I am on the Spider-Man 3 DVD and Blu-ray somewhere in a special feature because of the She-Hulk movie we were doing at the time. But I think this was before this. But it was like they were promoting Spider-Man 3, and there was going to be a panel about Spider-Man 3, and then I think we got hats. I might be mixing things up because I got a lot of Spider-Man 3 merchandise for that other thing, for the DVD special feature they did with us later. But at Comic-Con, we were all just waiting in line. Oh yeah, they didn't give a shit. It was like this long line of people that extended like for a mile. And we were waiting. We were waiting because Sam Raimi was going to be there, and they would do whatever. And we waited for, I think, 2 hours in the sun. And there were just too many people to actually let in. So that line never got resolved. And after a while, they had to come out and say, look, we're very sorry, but we don't have we don't have this or that and that. But that's not what they did. They let us in finally into the hall, and by that time the Spider-Man panel was already over. It was too late. So instead of having the Spider-Man panel, which was already over, they brought in Kevin Smith to just kind of talk shit at us for a little while. And that was great. Like, he was very funny, and that was that, basically. So that was like our replacement for not getting into the Spider-Man 3 panel because it was too many people, and it was and they couldn't let us all in. So they just had Kevin Smith like talk to us for a bit and do whatever he's got DVDs where he does talks and stuff, and like it was just like a comedy talk. Whatever year the Tenacious D movie came out, they did that in Hall H too. Like, Tenacious D came out and performed the songs from their movie, which is great. So like Jack Black and Kyle Gass did like a show at Comic-Con whatever year The Pick of Destiny came out. And I was there for that, and I was there for Grindhouse in Hall H. I would have to see. I'm working, so I can't look up what year this actually was. But whatever year that was, I was there for that, all that stuff. But anyway, Kevin Smith was. I think he's got a lot of talent, like, but it's like this George Lucas is the same way, where like he's got a lot of talent, but being a filmmaker is not that particular talent, that he has. So mixed feelings. And I don't go out of my way to like check out the stuff that he's doing now, but but I was impressed by him, like the 2 times that I met or saw him. And the movies that I've seen of his, I thought were what they were. But like I think we all thought we'd like be Kevin Smith, the people who were making amateur movies at that time. But you know, it was like Harvey Weinstein made you famous before he got, you know, canceled, when he was still like, when everyone was still afraid of Harvey Weinstein. And Harvey Weinstein ruined this movie too. He ruined The Thief and the Cobbler. He did a version of The Thief and the Cobbler called Arabian Night. But Harvey Weinstein sort of made Robert Rodriguez famous and made Kevin Smith famous for movies that cost very little, and like cost, I think, $7,000 for the original version of El Mariachi, and then like $10,000 for Clerks. And I think we were all like, yes, that's what we need to do. We'll make these amateur movies and maybe get famous with them in like the 2000s. And unfortunately, the economy crashed, and we didn't do that. But I certainly respect him for doing it. I think the work he did was pretty good. I haven't really followed what he's been doing since then. I mean, the Clerks cartoon was funny. It got canceled immediately. It was one of those shows that got canceled immediately. But yeah, he's all right. I think he's just kind of high and lazy. But but I think he was like a major comedic talent. I just don't think he was a particularly good filmmaker. But it's like how George Lucas was a very good idea man. Not original ideas, but a lot of good ideas. But he, just the nuts and bolts of filmmaking, he's not like your Steven Spielberg type. You know, he doesn't super know what he's doing. But he's talented. Just in ways where maybe like directing a feature film, he's not as good at the nuts and bolts of that as others might be. But you know, he's all right. I feel bad about being rude to him, or just hanging around, being like mildly annoying at some Comic-Con years ago. But I guess that's what I'm still doing. I'm still being rude about Kevin Smith right now. I don't know. And it's because at first I thought you said Doug Walker. I don't know. thought you were like asking me about To Boldly Flee or something. No. I don't know why I'm making fun of Doug Walker either. I don't like Doug Walker, but I don't actually have the strong opinions about him that, you know. You can ask me anything, I guess. You can ask me anything. AMA. By the way, you see this? This is like the difference between these two different frames, and I'm just going to use this to remove some of the whatever's happening here. You know, that'll probably get us pretty close to what we need, right? See the difference? Maybe I need to do more, but maybe I don't. Oh God, turning red. Oh boy. I feel like I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I don't know. There are things like I haven't seen Turning Red. I've heard good things. I don't know if I would agree with those things. Like, people are very excited about Turning Red, and it doesn't seem like my kind of thing. But I haven't seen it. That's my take. But like, the reason I say that is, God, I shouldn't. I just shouldn't. You know? Just like Encanto, I watched a little bit of, and it wasn't my kind of thing, and I didn't finish it. And it didn't just seem like my kind of thing, and I don't think Turning Red is my kind of thing either. But everyone seems to like it, so maybe I'm wrong, because I haven't actually seen it. And I didn't finish Encanto either, but it didn't seem like my kind of thing. And I haven't talked about that on social media because, you know, if I don't have anything nice to say, but it's also like, yeah, I'm not necessarily the target audience for these anyway, and I don't want to be the party pooper. I don't want to yuck people's yum, so to speak. I'm not sure. I probably should. People were asking me like what recent animated films that I'd seen and liked, and I haven't watched as many as I should have. I don't watch a lot of movies, and I didn't mention Klaus, and I should have mentioned Klaus, because I was very fond of Klaus. I was watching the Clone Wars TV show at the time, and I ought to actually watch some more of that, which I'm not really watching for the animation. I was just watching it for the Star Wars of it, but you know how that is. So there's another splice here. It's gonna start. We'll start with 340. Really? Yeah. Okay, 348. Bless me. I'm gonna need to catch this as well. So it's stuff like this. I did read the Watchmen comic. I think it's good. I don't like what Zack Snyder did in the movie. I didn't actually finish watching. Zack Snyder really pisses me off as a director. And see, these are the things I shouldn't talk about because it pisses some people off. But I just think he does not understand Watchmen at all. But I thought the Watchmen comic was good, like the original. I mean, now they're like doing Watchmen Babies and all these spin-offs, and that's really stupid. But the stuff that I liked about Watchmen was like, there's like an article about owls in it and things like that. It's this sort of, it was just fleshed out and thought out in a way that a lot of comics weren't at the time. And I could only watch a little bit of the Watchmen movie, but the impression I got was that Zack Snyder didn't understand anything about it. Like, he'd misinterpreted everything about as much as a human being could. Shouldn't say that. And the Superman movie I didn't get through either, and it gave me the same impression, like I had to shut it off after a certain point because I just could not deal with someone misunderstanding Superman to that degree. I did watch Batman vs. Superman: Dawn of Justice, which in theaters I saw it, and it was the worst movie I ever saw in theaters. And probably the worst movie I'll ever see in theaters. And I haven't seen his Justice League. I'm sure it's better than what Joss Whedon did to it. But that's just sort of, I mean, even putting aside that Joss Whedon is a creep and has been outed very much as a creep now, he's a very different filmmaker. Had a very different sensibility. I've talked about this before, but if Joss Whedon is like making a movie, that's a Joss Whedon movie, but it's all footage that was shot and directed by Zack Snyder. That's a very different movie. Like, you're trying to turn it into something that it's not, and it's gonna be dumb. Like, the results are going to be a weird mismatch. And I gather that was the situation with Justice League originally. I've talked about this before, even on like whatever the stream, but I seem to keep talking about the same things. But I saw this comparison of the it was the last scene. I think it's like a post credits with Joe Manganiello, however you pronounce that, Flash Thompson, as Deathstroke meeting Lex Luthor, and I think Joss Whedon only reshot one scene, like one shot, which is an extreme close-up of Lex Luthor. Too close. He only reshot one shot, I think, but that shot becomes the entire scene in Joss Whedon's version, because he's trying to turn it into something totally different than it is, and it's terrible. He's like, well, we need a league of our own. Like, he references A League of Their Own, the baseball movie. And that's not what the scene was about at all. So he's just trying to do a lot with one reshoot and like turn it into something completely different, and it's not good. So, and I've said this before, like, with what convinced me was, and again I've said this before, but what convinced me originally was another Batman film. It was Batman and Robin, which I'd avoided seeing, and then I saw someone's fan edit, which was like saying, "Oh, we're gonna make this bad Batman." I knew that it was, it was not well regarded, and that it wasn't what people wanted in a Batman movie. Although when Joel Schumacher died, a lot of people did come out of the woodwork to say that they actually liked his take on Batman. But this fan edit was supposed to make it better, and it made it worse. Like, because you can't turn that movie into something that it's not, I think. But also, the stuff they were cutting out was the stuff that I thought was good, and the stuff they were leaving in was stuff that I thought was like the cringiest stuff. So you realize quickly that it's all very subjective. But like, they were really focusing on Arnold, who is the cheesiest character. I mean, come on. But like, I think they also thought he was the most masculine character or whatever. So they were cutting out like Alfred instead. And it was like, okay, like, so when I was watching it, I compared it to the theatrical cut of Batman and Robin, and I was like, well, you can't really make this into a different film than it is. You can just make there be less of it. And what this fan had chosen to cut out was not the worst stuff. You know, he was cutting out the better stuff, I think, like the stuff where Clooney was actually acting and this and that. So it was very subjective for one thing, but it was just weird and off. And I was saying, you know, I don't like Joel Schumacher as a director. I think his Phantom of the Opera is pretty bad too. Like, but there were moments when I watched his cut of Batman and Robin after watching this fan edit, I was like saying, well, this is way better than what the fan did, at least. And you can sort of figure out what he meant, what Joel Schumacher was trying to do. Like, there are shots that are very like Batman 66 in it, and that sort of show what he was trying to accomplish with this very silly tone that movie has. And John Glover's in it, and John Glover's always good and stuff like this. So I started saying to myself, you know, I would rather see a bad movie in a director's cut form. Like, even if it's a director who I don't like, I would want to see their vision for what that movie was, rather than like have the fan try to de-gay it or whatever they were trying to do. My take on like this, I'm sure that the Zack Snyder cut is a lot better of Justice League, because it's his vision for it, and it's also 4 hours long, and he got to do what he wanted with it, and do reshoots and do all this. Whereas Joss Whedon didn't get, like, whatever Joss Whedon was doing with Justice League, he was doing it with a movie that was already shot by a very different director, and so it was always going to look like this weird patchwork of garbage. But I don't like Zack Snyder's sensibilities. Yeah, and I haven't watched that film in any form. I'm sure Snyder's cut is better. The fans are like, they've got all these alt-right fans who are awful, so I feel weird talking about it. But yeah, I'm sure it is better. I don't know if I'd sit through it, but I'm sure it's a lot better. I haven't watched the normal version of that movie because it's a sequel to a bunch of shit I hated. But, you know. Do I like Godzilla movies? No. I did see Godzilla 2000 in theaters, and I enjoyed it. And I've seen Godzilla, the original. But I wouldn't call myself a fan of that stuff in particular. think, is this about right? Maybe. I'm gonna chicken out a little more and see what I can get out of this. Rearmament is probably not the word you meant to use, but I have an awareness of that Beatles cartoon. I know it's not especially good. It was by some of the same people who did Yellow Submarine, which was much better. And there's the Beatles turn up at the end of Yellow Submarine, and you can tell they're really not taking it seriously because they thought that Yellow Submarine was going to be the same sort of thing, I think. So they're just not taking it seriously. Whereas Yellow Submarine was much more artful in what it was doing. Whereas the Beatles cartoon was just kind of like a kid's cartoon, just kind of a bit of fun. Which is fine for what it is, I suppose. Jeez, there is something weird going on here. I think I'm gonna have to just take the L on this one a little. That might be the case, that they wanted to be in the movie after they realized it was good, but I don't know about that. It's a very perfunctory cameo, and it feels like they're not taking it seriously at all. So I don't get that impression from it, but you might be right. There is I will say there's a Super Mario Brothers 2 hack, a ROM hack of that is called The Beatles Adventures in Pepperland that you can play, which has like Nintendo Entertainment System versions of the Beatles songs that someone did. I do a bit of ROM hacking of the NES myself. I just posted a couple of ROM hacks to my main channel. I don't think they're doing especially well, though. On the channel. I've said this, I don't know what to do with my YouTube channel anymore, and it's really hard to get any engagement, which would help me a lot in doing future projects. At the moment, I'm just having a lot of trouble like having any kind of career, and getting people interested in what I'm doing now, you know. And I have to be secretive about what I'm doing now if it's like an original creative project, but it would be nice to have like a following who would sort of have my back on this stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. You can go to romhacking.net and look up the Beatles' Adventures in Pepperland. You can also look for my hacks as Tigerbug, which I haven't done a ton there. I've got a lot of hacks I haven't finished, to be honest. But like Elvira's Monster Party is one of mine, and Lee Carvalho's Putting Challenge. Yes, you got a good memory. I tried to do a ROM hack of Mario 2 with Thief and the Cobbler characters, and I never bothered to finish it because I've got a million other fucking things that I gotta do. But I did start it. I designed it and I started it, and I never finished it. So that was the thing. You're very right about that. The other ones were, I was doing Gumshoe with Inspector Gadget, which is a Zapper game. It was like an America exclusive Zapper game. And Duck Hunt with Scrooge McDuck. Those were a couple others I didn't finish. I got a lot of stuff I didn't finish. I've got a to-do list somewhere which just has so much stuff I didn't finish, to be honest. Yeah. I just kind of have to focus on shit sometimes. And, it's hard. I'm kind of working myself to exhaustion on this, on a lot of this stuff. Like this in particular. And so sometimes I'll start something, but it's not really worth finishing at the time. So maybe people won't be that interested in it or whatever, even. Wait, why is that so different? It gets to be tough doing stuff kind of on my own here. I'm having some surgery done in a couple days. And they were like, well, we're going to have to keep you here under observation if you don't have anyone to watch you. So I gotta stay there. Just kind of on my own with this stuff, I guess, is my point. But I'm always trying to do stuff. I just kind of like it. I like it quiet. I like it on my own. To a point. But I think for a lot of us, it was like the pandemic. I was already pretty isolated before the pandemic, and this pandemic's been pretty isolating for us all, so yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, at this point, I've been very cautious. And I don't feel like doing. I don't really feel like getting out there. Oh, that much of being cautious. God, what is he here? Fuck. I would do voice work. I don't think anybody's really offering, but voice acting was something that I thought I was pretty good at. I've done a lot of voice acting in my own stuff. I just recorded, I haven't edited it yet. Hopefully I'll actually do that. It's one of many things on my to-do list that I haven't dealt with. I recorded an audiobook of a novel I've written. It's like 4 hours, like a 4-hour session a few days ago. Maybe like a few weeks ago. I forget exactly when I did it, but I did an audiobook. So maybe that'll come out. But voice acting I liked doing. Please, I don't. I fucking hate it when I block somebody on every social media and they just don't want to be the bad guy. But like, take a hint. Take a fucking hint. But yeah, I did an audiobook. Yes, it was for Cratchit and Company. That's interesting that you guessed. That's interesting that you guessed. Yeah, I did the whole thing. Holy crap, I should not be up this late. So I was working in the morning, but I got started with this very late. And because I'm streaming, I guess, or because I'm working, yeah. I wanted to get started with this a lot earlier than I actually did. Can you please just leave me alone? Why are you here? Okay, you know what? You're banned. Bye. He's just someone who's annoying. Like, he's just literally just an annoying person who is annoying. He's just like just some weird guy. I blocked him on every social media like years ago, and he'll still like DM people. Like, it's just go away. You're annoying. Yes, I'm just gonna block him. I don't want to be like that. But like, these people are annoying. Some people. They don't take a fucking hint after 10 fucking years. So you know what? You're fucking banned. I don't want to be like that. It's just, sorry, I just couldn't keep my mouth shut. I couldn't keep my mouth shut about it. Because I'm tired, and I'd normally be like, keep my mouth shut. But if someone blocks you, like 10 fucking years ago, or however long ago it was, because, yeah, this is someone who I just blocked for being annoying on a lot of social media, like a long time ago. And take a hint. Like, just take a hint. It's not like this big conspiracy or whatever. It's just I don't care. I don't care. And he was just, I think he was DMing people like, oh, did you see this? And I would tell Garrett, but he's got me blocked. It's like, yeah, take a hint. Like, maybe, because usually when you're blocking someone on social media, that's why. Like, sometimes it's like someone who's actually being a harasser, but Like, a lot of times it's just some weirdo who won't leave you alone. And I don't really need like a bigger reason, but this is someone who, like, that was a long time ago, and to still be coming back, I don't know, that's just not right. That ain't right. I'm sorry, that was just not something I wanted today. I'm tired, so I couldn't keep my mouth shut, I guess. Like last time I kept my mouth shut about this, but not this time. Boy. Message removed. Okay. Okay. I don't know. It really felt weird streaming the last couple times because the chat was like, it was like two guys who I'd blocked before for being annoying. like a long time ago, and they were just like, oh, they're still coming, huh? Like, that's makes me feel unsafe. Thanks. I don't know. It's this weird thing in like cartoon circles and in Muppet circles where you don't want to be the bad guy, but it's hard to tell if these people are like 7 or 70 because that's, well, I guess there's two kinds of like cartoon research posts, and they're like 7 and 70 basically. And I don't want to have to be like the bad guy who says no, so I'll give people a lot of chances usually. But I think there are people who feel like they have a right to my time. You know? There are people who really feel like they've got a right to my time, and they feel like they're contributing something, I guess. And they are not right. They ain't right. I get frustrated. Like, Christ, leave me alone if, you know? It's a question of consent after a certain point. There was somebody who would message me the same question about the Muppet movie over and over and over and over and over a period of years. Like it was like a year or two. It's that kind of thing. Like, and I've answered it, and I don't feel like answering it again. And this person just was not socially right, you know. And I don't want to be that way. I'd like to be helpful. And I'll give you a lot of chances, but there was one guy also who kept like commenting and emailing me, like who had become. He's one of those guys, like when I'll post like a Sesame Street, and some guy will just post a long list of like asking if I have this and this and this, and it's a list that somebody else's tape trading list that they found on the internet somewhere, and so it's just this long list of, do you have this and this and this. And I talked about this on Twitter, and I've talked about this here, but it was someone who had become obsessed with trying to track down an NBC show that I've never seen called The New Archies. And this person became convinced, I'll say he, I think it was a he, he became convinced that I had The New Archies. I've never seen The New Archies. And that I was keeping it from him. And so he kept sending me these letters in really broken English, just saying, threatening my life because I wasn't sending him copies of The New Archies with original commercials. And that's an extreme example, but that's sort of what I deal with as someone who has ever restored cartoons and Muppets and stuff. Like some of I really don't know what I'm dealing with some of these messages. And I'm tired and I don't care. Like, so a lot of times I'm just like, leave me alone with this shit, you know? Christ. So the guy I just blocked, he was one of those guys, but like a long time ago, he was one of those guys. And I guess he doesn't take the hint. Okay. Sorry about that. And you know, I'm not the most like, I think in a lot of circumstances, I would be considered socially weird too, or at least you know, I was bullied a lot in my 20s, and I had certain experiences that in retrospect back that up. And as long as you mean well, I'll help you out. But obviously, a lot of these people like have no boundaries and have deeper issues that I don't have the spoons to deal with. Like, I do not have the energy to deal with somebody's issues. If they're paranoid, if they're obsessive, if they think they've got a right to my time, if they're a YouTuber, if they're fans of YouTubers, you know, no, not everybody gets my time. Like, there's a sort of feeling that the people don't know me. I mean, not really. And you can tell when someone's developed like a weird parasocial relationship where they're trying to turn this into a whole thing. For years and years and years. You know. And this project attracted a lot of that, like a magnet. you know. So. And it's not deep. It's not a conspiracy. It's just some people are annoying and eventually crossed a certain boundary of consent where I said no. And so if I'm ever rude, I'm sorry, but I don't always know where people are coming from, and I've got to be on my guard about things, because I do get some weird messages, and I get weird I'm in this frustrating situation as a filmmaker where I'm not famous enough to like have a following and really get projects off the ground, or get eyes on what I'm doing, but I am talked about sometimes, and it's by people who don't know anything about me, and it's weird. And abusive. So I get frustrated by that, and I have a lot less tolerance than maybe I used to. Like I'll just tell someone to piss off if they're bringing up something I don't want to talk about, you know. But that might be because it's personal, or that might just because I don't give a shit. Because animation fans or fans of children's media are, and fans of the Muppets sometimes are unique. And, you know, I guess my example that I already gave was, if you ask me the same question about the Muppet movie enough times over a period of enough years, eventually I'm going to say, please don't contact me. I think that's reasonable. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I'm not here to babysit. I'm not here to babysit. I'm not a mental health professional. I've got my own problems. Boy, do I have my own problems. So I just don't have the energy anymore. But it's also a consent thing. If I've told you back off, you know, you got to back off. I regret not setting boundaries. I've said this before. I was bullied a lot in college and in my college like years, and I guess I regret not setting boundaries or in certain ways. I think now I'd like to think I would set boundaries more, but like not everyone has a right to your time, right? You know. I had to do a thing, and I felt bad about it. But there was a post someone had done in one of my Facebook groups where he was starting to talk about like spin-offs of Thomas the Tank Engine, and he was tagging everyone in it, and I was like, oh, here we go. And I just said, hey, don't actually let's. I hate to make this a rule, but let's actually not talk about Thomas the Tank Engine. Thanks. We'll just not do that, and don't tag people. And that's probably good enough. Like, it was just making me uncomfortable. But if I said that and the person kept doing it for long enough, for enough times, then we'd have a problem. Like, the first time is not a problem, but you got to be able to take direction a little, you know, if you're making me uncomfortable, you know. Like, I hope that makes sense and isn't just rude. But boy, when I am rude, I try not to be rude. It's in cases where the person has really crossed a line. Really crossed a line. And I'm old and I've got a low tolerance for that now. Someone emailed me about like some old stuff that I'd done, and they were like, they're like saying, well, it's important, like we've got a right to this stuff because it's preservation, and you do lost media preservation, you must understand this is a lost media question. I was like, thank you for contacting me, please never contact me again for any reason, was my reply. So it was like, holy shit, man. And I don't know if they know that they'd crossed a line, like really seriously, but I hope they take the hint. I just hope they take the hint. Okay. Hello. But yeah, if I ever seem like standoffish and awkward, it's just because sometimes people have kind of crossed some boundaries with me. So I'm passing the savings along to you, you know, because I'm annoyed at someone else. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I'm one of those guys who I do a lot of blocking on Twitter because I don't want to have to, like, I'll preemptively block somebody who I see do something weird because I don't want to get caught up in like a big harassment campaign. Twitter's scary. Twitter is like genuinely for real, for sure scary. I got banned from Twitter because I was blocking too many people for like half a year until they could verify that it wasn't automated or whatever. So that was a thing. You can't see it, but I'm looking at playback right now of what I've just done. Well, that's weird. This actually... $52. Huh. Okay, I'm looking at playback now, and it needs a little more work, actually. It's interesting. You're saying she grew up watching your recobbled cut. That's interesting. That's, obviously that's something that when I was actually doing it, that it shows you how long it's been. That a lot of the fans were not born when I was doing the first tests and the first versions, or even the first edit, which is wild. Or certainly were children. Like the Raggedy Ann fandom. I don't know if people saw the Q&A we did with the young fans from the Raggedy Ann revival effort who were trying to... Yeah, I hear you. You got banned from a Twitter account for insinuating people should go out and beat up Bill Cosby. That doesn't happen much, but it started to happen to me to the point where I gotta watch what I say a little. I naturally have a big mouth. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut about stuff, and there's a lot of stuff I do keep my mouth shut about, because it's safer. I really don't want to start shit. Basically, there's people who have started shit, and I keep my mouth shut. But it's tough. And Facebook is ridiculous and does not, you can get Twitter banned for a lot of stuff. That's dumb. You can say something that's completely innocuous, but like maybe you're angry at a movie or something, and you get banned for it. And I've gotten into Facebook jail for stuff that was actually innocuous, but if you assume that a movie is a person or something like that, is less innocuous. Yeah, I tell you. Well, the interesting thing about Arabian Night and Princess and the Cobbler, I'm the source for those too, unfortunately. And after a certain point, because it's pretty obscure, the releases of those are pretty obscure. There aren't a lot of good releases of these films. And I don't really want people to watch these movies, but I think people get a little salty about that, because there are people who grew up with those movies and it's nostalgic to them. So when I'm talking shit about Arabian Night, they get weird about it. Get mad at me like I'm some big evil ogre because I don't like these versions of the movie. But it's odd. It's odd that nostalgia is part of the equation for the cobbled cut now that it's just been that long. But it's rough. I don't know about this, but I went to MCAD partner went to Cal. That's interesting. Cal Arts. I don't know what they do with Cal Arts in the curriculum. I will tell you, I've lectured about The Thief and the Cobbler before at a college. I want to say Santa Monica City College, was it? Because Douglas Kirk who was a background painter for the film, he was teaching there, so he come in and teach one day, sort of introduce the film, and he showed it in class, and that was nice. So that is interesting, and I'm sure it is done lots of places. I'd like to know more. People don't usually, I guess, tell me if they're doing that, but it would be nice. Nice to know. But yeah, I'm sure it is done lots of places, because that was the only people who like knew about this movie anyway were like animators originally, and among animators, it was a punchline. Unfortunately, it was not a movie that was well respected before this in a lot of places. For a lot of reasons. It really depends on who you're talking to, of course. But there was a time when people kind of liked to talk shit about Dick Williams. But one does one's best under the circumstances. It's interesting. Yeah. I don't have a great memory anymore in some ways too, or at least I'm stressed and tired, and there's a lot of stuff that I find hard to remember a lot of times or lose the track of, more than I used to, because I used to have a very good memory. So maybe I'm a little hard on myself now, but like if someone really stands out as having annoyed me, like that's something, because usually I just forget. You can probably get away with a lot with me. But I'd love to know what people are kind of doing academically with the film, because this was an effort, I think, more than anything, to rehabilitate the film's reputation. That was a big part of what I felt I was doing after a while. And I know that schools do it, so that's interesting. But it's also funny to hear that people were kids when like the Recobbler cut came out, because to me that wasn't that long ago. It was somewhat long ago, but not that long ago. It just makes me think, oh, I've lost control of my life a little, I guess. I need to I mean, this is pretty typical for people my age. I'm almost 40, but like that, it's like we did not accomplish what we thought we would at this age. And I don't know. I'm worried at this point that I missed my window, and I'll never be able to be like the filmmaker that I wanted to be, or have any kind of career. And it's getting dark. It's getting late, and I'm tired. I'm very tired. But we'll see, I guess. I'm kind of in this situation where I've got like I had like a year to figure it out, and that's it. And now I think it's like I got another year after that to figure it out. Like, I think I've gotten a stave. I've gotten a little more time, but I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, I always liked that. I think that was my own tagline for it. Even for the movie was because someone had said that the recobbled cut was like the best and most historically important fan edit ever, or something like that. I really liked that, and I think I quoted that. I also quoted the New York Times review, which was not a rave, but did say like it contains animation that's among the best ever made. But it was a negative review otherwise at the time, because it was Arabian Night they were reviewing. So it is what it is. But like, yeah, I'm I'm glad when there's interest in it. As long as, I mean, I just have to be a little bit. Sometimes I'm a little bit reluctant about these things because, or at least a little, like I keep my distance a little because, well, I mean, if young people are talking about it anyway, I'm not part of those communities, but it's also, some people have been weird, so I'm like, oh, please be nice, don't be like, please don't be weird about this. Be nice, don't like, so I've got to like, I'm a little bit like, if someone's a Thief and the Cobbler fan, like, I've had so many bad experiences that I'm not like automatically like, oh, hey, welcome, thank you. A lot of times I'm like, oh God, this person is probably a stalker. So, yeah. And I should not be up this late, actually. Like, I thought I was going to bed at, well, what is this? What is my time frame? Because I'm streaming, I've just been staying up, but I have a surgery. Oh no, I guess maybe my watch is wrong, but my watch is actually telling me I can still be awake for another hour, but I don't know. Is the footage from like a compressed DVD? No, it's not. Why are the soldiers missing limbs? Oh, they're not. No, they're not. This is an HD transfer of some film that we did for the Mark IV recobbled cut in 2011 or 2012 or something like that. The Mark IV came out in 2013, September 2013. And I was never very happy with this transfer, but this was the only chance we ever got because I don't own this footage. This was property of a collector who has let us have it twice for these projects. But it's sort of like he knows that he's got to be careful with it, so we only like had one shot, and in both cases the transfer house that did it, I don't think they did a very good job. But this time round, like I said, I was never happy with it, but this time round, I have done some color correction to it, which will hopefully have an effect that will improve some of the qualities. It is working from the same transfer, and I've done my best with it. But I'm also been going through frame by frame by frame by hand in Photoshop, and very painstakingly for the past... I thought I was only going to do a little bit of work on this, but I've actually done a lot of work. I've been removing dirt and scratches, like painstakingly, frame by frame, for a few weeks now. So, from this scene, I did some work on splices in the second half of the film, and then in the War Machine scene, it has some new color correction. But it also has me going in frame by frame and just radically removing dirt, which I hope you can see me doing right now, in fact. And it's something that I didn't do. How is a transfer done from a film reel to digital? Well, they have specialized film scanners to handle this sort of thing. There aren't really two sources overlapping. It's more like I use one frame. I'm comparing different frames, or I'm comparing different things I've done to the frames. So I can see where the dirt is and what I need to do. And sometimes I can just sort of paint it out, or like this, or other times there's a lot of different techniques, but it's all very painstaking by hand work. That's probably, it's the sort of thing you can automate to an extent, but on this film, it's a lot harder, because this film is very, it's harder on an animated film to begin with, and just this film in particular would be very difficult to automate these processes. So I'm not, I did use some automation on Raggedy Ann, and even a little on this, like a little bit of automation on this whole thing, but not much. In general, it's just me doing way too much work. But in general, I'm like copying the other frame in and just comparing it, which helps me see what I need to do. It can be another source for it also, but it also shows me, because these are complicated frames and it's not always immediately clear where the dirt is. just from looking at it. But when you're cycling between frames rapidly, you start, or also cycling between maybe two different versions of a frame where I've done some work to it. Then you can see where the dirt and damage is and what you need to do. But it all is very much by hand, because the brightness is changing from frame to frame. There's so much going on in these frames that it really is most practical to just do the work, unfortunately. And so that's what I've been doing, is work. There's some shots in the War Machine scene, like the one after the thief landing in the cannon after getting the first ball, and it shows soldiers dying. It's blurry, and I wonder about its source. That would be the work print, like the U-matic. That's what people call the VHS work print. It'd be the U-matic work print for some of this stuff, because it's not in the early reels for the film, like the presentation reels for the film. We don't have it in HD. We have a lot of this sequence in HD because it was animated very early on. Like, most of this material was animated before the rest of the film and was included in a presentation reel, which was shown to Warner Brothers. So an animator dug it out of Gene McCurdy's trash at Warner Brothers in the 90s, because they didn't want the movie anymore. So that animator had kept this material all those years, and there were a couple of other reels we found on eBay as well. So we got that going for us. So the recobbled cut is very much a hodgepodge of material from different sources. What you just said sounds very much like that would have been from like the U-matic work print. There is an HD work print, which is known as A Moment in Time. It was transferred from Richard Williams's own 35mm print in 2013. I don't have A Moment in Time. I've seen A Moment in Time on one of the few occasions where Richard Williams screened the thing. I've seen it, but I don't have it. So I don't have any complete version of the film, which would help a project like this. Yes, this was all like a test sequence originally. It was. So the version that because of that, the version that we had of this was, we had film of this, which had been saved from Gene McCurdy's trash at Warner Brothers. When they didn't want it, they threw it out, and an animator grabbed it, and that was our source for this. So we have, this is like 50 minutes long. The presentation, I think, was about 50 minutes long, 50. And in total, between that and a couple of like eBay reels found on eBay, about 30 minutes of the film is in HD. And that doesn't 100% mean it was actually better quality than like the poor quality Arabian Night DVD source that we were using for the rest of it, because sometimes the color correction and this and that, like in this sequence, is not great, but it was a source, and I went with it, but I didn't. It needed. It's a work print source, so it's a mess. It's splicey and dirty, and I did a lot of cleanup of this for the recobbled cut Mark IV, but I obviously could have done more. I never got to this point. I don't think I did any cleanup on the War Machine HD scenes. I just didn't get to that point in the film with what I was doing. So an animator, a Dutch animator named Dennis Van Hout, had animated one new shot for the film, and I asked him to animate a second one as well. So that meant that I was going to have to do like a minorly different edit of the film to include that material. And so I decided to go back and try to finish some restoration that I hadn't done at the time. So that's where we're at. Like I tried to do more restoration with the film. Now I am sort of seeing some geometry differences that I should have taken care of before doing this. So that's not great. This is a little warped compared to what it actually should be. A little warped. Not sure about that. But yeah, I've just been going through frame by frame pretty much and cleaning up this sequence. And I was only going to do a little bit of it, but I've done a lot, kind of a lot of it now. And I was going to say maybe I'll like just call it at a certain point and stop. That was when I stopped with the Mark IV, it was just like I picked a point to stop in September. And I released it, and I thought I might keep going, but then I didn't after that. It was just like I've been doing it for years, and I stopped, and you got to stop somewhere. So I've been thinking, well, where do I stop with this? And I'm getting there. I'm feeling like I'm getting there. Like it's getting closer to stopping time. But we'll see. But I've been doing a lot of like just by hand removal of dirt. It's tough, you know. It's tough stuff. But yeah, I'm sort of just comparing two frames here to figure out what I can do and what I need to do. And then sort of building something off the back of that. Then I might say, oh, that looks like it's dirt, and I'll just kind of paint it out, and that's this is the most painstaking way to do this. Like, there are automatic processes. I've said this before, but Femboy Films did some work, and Helga Bernhardt also did some work on the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie, which on Reel 1, I didn't get any work out of them after Reel 1, but they did some work on Reel 1, and that was using the Phoenix processes, which are automated, I think, or at least somewhat automated. But I don't have that. I do have PF Clean. I still do, because I used PF Clean on the first version of this whole thing back in 2012, 2013. And PF Clean has automation, but it's not good enough for this. It's just not. It was good enough for some of Raggedy Ann, and I sort of used it on some of this, but it's not smart enough. When an animation is on ones, it doesn't know what's going on. So yeah, I've just sort of literally been going through. Was the reel of this scene missing when Richard screened the work print to show the progress of the film to Warner Brothers? Well, I've heard that story, which would be one reason that it was shut down, maybe. Like, it might have been missing. I will say it was present originally. Like, all the material of The Thief and the War Machine would have been present in the presentation reel that we scanned for this. But yeah, I have heard that when they screened the whole film, that reels were missing, including like the War Machine reels, which is unfortunate. There was some suspicious stuff happening anyway, because Fred Calvert seemed to kind of want Richard fired, because Fred Calvert's animation studio had been shut down at that point, and I think Fred Calvert wanted the job. And so that was all pretty suspicious. And then I think, I mean, I'm sort of extrapolating a lot here, but I gather that Fred Calvert really wanted the job until he was given the job, at which point he didn't really want it. But he was part of the reason that Dick got fired. I think he was kind of talking shit. I think a lot of people were talking shit. And Richard could be difficult. Richard's temper was well known, but you could still recognize that there was a good movie being made here. And I think Richard assumed that, as it happened with other projects, that people would be so impressed that they would give him a little extra money so he could finish it, and then they didn't. Like, he really thought he could. Richard was very good at finishing like 90% of a movie and then needing a little help to get over the finish line. This happened on Raggedy Ann, it happened on Roger Rabbit, it happened on A Christmas Carol. And it worked out in those cases because the studios paid for it. They brought in other hands to finish some material. But no, Warner Brothers, for a lot of reasons, wanted nothing to do with this film at that point. And, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I think that I have heard that story, like that there were a lot of things that went wrong with that screening. Who knows? Maybe there were multiple screenings. I mean, and multiple problemos of a kind. Well, what I'm seeing is, you see how warped this is, you know? So I'm trying to put it back the way it should be a little. As I tell you. But like, here's this. Like, this has some issues too. I've been using this. You could just spend forever working on this. I sort of have been. I've got a sinus surgery coming up. I was saying, well, maybe I'll just stop, and whatever I've got done before I'm in recovery, is what I get done. But I don't know. I don't know. I've been very perfectionist about this. I've really been doing it. So I don't know. Let me see. Top chat. Yes, I do feel that Disney ripped this film off for Aladdin. And Eric Goldberg, who animated the Genie, and Andreas Deja, who animated Jafar, had both worked for Richard Williams and really knew that style. So there was a lot of influence. And obviously Disney was aware of this film. It was why they hired him for Roger Rabbit and this and that. And I think that wouldn't have mattered if The Thief and the Cobbler had gotten finished. Like, it could have had healthy competition, I suppose. But because it didn't get finished, I mean, Aladdin was part of why it didn't get finished, because it started to seem like you couldn't compete. I mean, it was one reason why Warner's backed out. Another reason was something I've written about on Tumblr and at orangecow.org/board, my message board. When Dick Williams died, I wrote a bunch of essays which were intended to sort of dispel myths about the film and set the record straight about a few things. And one of them I called The Devil's Radio, which is a George Harrison song about gossip and how harmful gossip can be. And I think people just like to talk shit about Richard Williams, and it hurt this film's reputation in a way which became perhaps irreparable. Because Dick was difficult himself, but he would be animating something, and maybe an exec would be talking about the scene Dick had just animated. But some old animator would say, "Oh, Richard, Dick's lying to you. He animated that scene back in the 70s, you know, for one of the like test versions of it." It's like, well, no. Not really, but this narrative sort of arose that Dick was out of control, or that he was taking advantage, or that he was this, or that he was that. And that hurt the film's prospects. And to this day, people like to talk shit, like older animators. You'll see it on Facebook sometimes that there are people who, if Richard Williams is mentioned, they just feel they have to say something rude. And it's unfortunate. I think Dick was well liked by many people, but they were the people who could keep up with him. And not everybody could keep up with him or live up to Dick's standards. And people hold a grudge. To this day. Like, so Dick is alternately beloved and a punchline. And I think I've complained about this with YouTubers and like people who like make little documentaries about the film. Like they just want it to be a punchline. And I don't like that. I don't want that. Because, like, they don't get it, man. They don't get it. It's very easy to sort of misrepresent things. I think a lot of things got misrepresented at the time. And Richard was very much... he was pretty secretive about this project after a certain point. And so... it's very easy to say, oh, Dick had no storyboards or no plan for what he was doing or this or that. And that's something that we've pretty thoroughly debunked. But it persists because it's an easy punchline to portray him as out of control, and that's why it shut down. But and I think that was also the sort of the big lie at the time about what was happening, and it's just not a true representation. And it became frustrating, so I had to say something. But I waited until Dick was dead. I waited a very long time to say some of that stuff. I think that a lot of the stories people tell about this are not really very true or well researched about this film. And I think there's a lot that can be said about this film, which is interesting and is true. And that's not what you're gonna get. Like, there's so many, I've said this before, there's so many like bad YouTube documentaries, unfortunately. And stuff like that. And it's like, I don't want to be the bad guy and say that ain't right, but it ain't right. nobody ever asks me when they're doing one of these things. Nobody ever like comes to me to ask questions and try to figure out what's actually true. But I'm also aware that I have that it is a complicated and controversial subject, but I did a lot of research. You know, I do know my stuff, and I have a more positive view of Richard and of a lot of things than people generally do. And just these, there's a lot of YouTube documentaries that are just like copying off each other and are not well researched at all. I'm just like, come on. Sometimes they're like, Disney did this and Disney did that. And it's like, Disney didn't do anything. It was a Warner's production. Thanks. So, like, that's like the bare minimum that you could know about this. And you didn't get that right. And you're a YouTube documentarian. Okay. I'm getting a drink. This is me getting a drink, by the way. It's lemonade. Actually, give me a sec. Okay. I muted myself yawning. I should probably... What more could be? Is there the artists and animators and follow their works. I actually am tired. See, these questions are maybe getting interesting. Maybe. See, it would have been nice to have these questions earlier. Maybe this is like peak time. This isn't peak time, but maybe this is like relatively peak time. Okay. orangecat.org/board, recobbled cut, Facebook group. The info clearinghouse for this film on my end. Yeah. That's pretty much it. If you mean more projects like this, that's a question. I think there only was one movie like this, but the other animators, the original animators of The Thief did have some. Many of them contributed something to this project at some point, such as the Thief and the Cobbler scrapbook, data files at archive.org. But if you're just asking if I'm doing stuff, yes, and I mean, I was a filmmaker and probably will be again, and I do a lot of interesting stuff, which I wish there was more of a movement for, like, my stuff and what I'm doing. That would be nice. We'll see. But I'm getting tired, so I'm not answering these questions as well as I should. But that is very nice about the wedding scene. This other question, I think, is a little too personal, because I think this has sort of become a meme that has gotten away from me. That it was something I talked about at the time, that there was one person and a situation, but I think that's a little personal for what for me is pretty late at night. Maybe that was the wrong answer to give, to be honest. But I'm tired and I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Oops. I think I'm just maybe a little too honest sometimes, and I talk about stuff that I maybe shouldn't. That maybe people want a little privacy about these matters. Oops. I do have kind of a big mouth sometimes. But what gets to me when I don't get a lot of questions, but the questions that I do get, like I start to get like, it sounds like this has become something different than what I said it was to people. Like I told a story and I said more than I should have. I was more honest than I should have been. But then people went further and like made up a version of this that's more fucked up than what the truth was. And I was like, sometimes it seems like these stories are getting away from me, and I don't feel like I shouldn't be saying anything because it feels like I shouldn't be putting any more ammo on the fire. But I think that was a case where I said a little too much about what I felt was maybe going on at the time. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm tired and incoherent, and I should really actually stop after this, because I do have a surgery coming up where I probably want to be. It's probably going to be early. I feel like it's going to be early, and I'm going to have to be up early. They're probably going to call me tomorrow. But could you clarify what you want from an info clearinghouse, from keeping track of the artists and animators, and but you can talk, you can ask questions there. But when you're looking for more projects like this, I guess I'm curious what you mean by that. Yeah, exactly. When you were talking about him not liking the colors on the playing cards, I don't even know if that's true. Like, I don't remember if that's something that was actually true or if somebody made up. Because people love to tell stories that make Dick sound really out of control, and I'm not into that, because the research we did showed that he really knew what he was doing. And I think that's obvious from the final product as well. But like, we did there's a fellow called Luke Minicelli who would do a lot of research into the paperwork for me and sort of figured out what was going on. And that was always, I've said that really kept me honest, because it showed that Dick really did have this planned out very well. That it was a well-planned production and well executed, and we should have thought that from the final product, but there's definitely like a narrative that he was out of control, and somehow I think I got. Depending on how weird the person telling this story is, sometimes I get like they sweep me up in this as well, as if I was also out of control in some respect. So, I don't know. Or just something like that, part of the narrative. Because I think people want a punchline, but this film, is not the kind of thing that would have happened by accident, and that should have been obvious to me. Just based on the quality of the work, but that is something that our research into the film proved and consistently showed, that as I've said this way too many times, but there was a narrative that Richard never had storyboards or a script or this or that. Because he did storyboard the final version of the film very quickly when he was doing it at Warner's, but he had storyboarded earlier versions of the film, and until Warner's stepped in, he was still working from those old boards and not telling anybody. And they had done new layouts in the meantime, but we have VHS reels that show that he was still using the old boards for lots of things. And that makes sense because until Warner stepped in, he didn't actually have the funding to make the film. So he wasn't making very much of the film. So he was also being kind of secretive about it, because he was worried about being ripped off again, ironically, which is more or less what happened with Aladdin. So he was starting to get secretive about it, and it was like, oh, Dick has no storyboards. But he did. He had storyboards originally, and he had storyboards. He had the script 10 years before they even went into production, which show me another animated film which has that. I mean, it was very much planned out and executed. But I think the fact that he was working on it for so long before the Warner Brothers production also gives people a warped view, like, oh, he was just working on it for 30 years. That must mean it was working on it very slowly. But no, he just didn't have funding, and he was kind of tinkering with it in the background as he was working on other things. And most of the production was done in a much more normal way during the Warner's production. And it was moving along at a normal speed. And I think we should have known that, and maybe we did know that, but needed to be reminded that perhaps by actually seeing it in the paperwork. I mean, like, was this coming out of a studio? Yeah, I guess that's the answer. Oh, I see. Richard Williams used to say, he wrote a book called The Animator's Survival Kit. I'm catching up on DEF CON X's questions. Richard was part of an animation movement in a way, in that he was hugely influential on the Disney Renaissance. Like Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Sure, but he also trained people like Eric Goldberg and Andreas Deja, or they trained at his studio under people like Art Babbitt and Ken Harris and Dick Williams, who was also training under these people. So Richard was part of a movement that Richard had higher standards in the 70s than anybody had outside of Disney. And he was considered kind of a crank because he had those high standards, which nobody outside of Disney had very high standards for animation at that time. But he wanted to learn how to do it like they used to do it. And the old guys were the old guys at that time. Like, they were sort of Art Babbitt was very old. Ken Harris was very old. Milt Kahl, who was more or less the house style at Disney at that time, was old and cranky. 87, 88, 91. 87, 88, 91. Sorry, I've got to do this. But Dick was his own movement, in that a lot of it was sort of a golden age of London animation, and a lot of that is hard to find now. But commercial animation in London. Where it was the animation being done in commercials in London in the 80s and the 70s to an extent. So that was sort of the deal. And it was wonderful stuff. It was a golden age of that sort of thing. And Dick was difficult, but a lot of the people who worked with him started their own studios, and he was hugely influential in that sphere, and ended up being influential on the Disney Renaissance. If that makes sense, because of Disney was also doing this at the time. So I don't want to. Dick wasn't the only one, but he was a major influence in terms of teaching the younger animators of the 80s the classic 40s style, because he'd hired Art Babbitt, who was Walt Disney's favorite animator until he led the strike of the 40s, like 1940 strike, I think it was. And then he became Disney's least favorite animator and was blacklisted, obviously. Excuse me. But Richard was trying to pass along what the animators of the 40s were doing to the animators of the 70s, who became the animators of the 80s and 90s. So that whole thing was hugely influential. And Dick wasn't the only one doing that, but he was a big part of that. Because Disney also actually had some of the old men there, like Milt Kahl and Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston. So there was, in the 80s, like during the Black Cauldron and Fox and the Hound, there was sort of a passing of the guard going on, where people were trying to animate like Milt Kahl. But Dick was doing it very differently, and was sort of passing on that classical knowledge from Ken Harris and Art Babbitt and this and that. And he literally wrote the book on how to animate, which was based on Art Babbitt's notes, and had already been influential before he actually wrote that book. Those notes and that had already been floating around the animation sphere for some time, because Dick would just train other animation studios. He would allow them to kind of come in and train and get better. Nasruddin does have a cameo in Zigzag's Parade. That is true. But Dick would always say that, see, this is a good question, and I'm tired, but this is a good question. Dick would say that he called this film once at one, because he said, only do it once, and he makes one-offs, is what he said, because he couldn't really make this movie twice. This does go out of focus in a way that I don't like. But fuck it, it'll have to do. Like, you see the lighting is changing on every frame, which makes this very hard to work with, especially like in an automated way. Like, every frame is very different. It's also quite grainy and red without as much detail as you'd want. Oh, sorry, I'm watching the playback, and you can't actually see the playback. You can just see Photoshop, I think, on the stream. I'm looking at the playback of what I did today. Because I should be sleeping, actually. I would show you the playback too, but last time I did that, the stream got banned. Like, they're really bad about copyright, even for an unreleased film. It's ridiculous. Like, the stream got pulled, which is some bullshit. No, I'm not happy with this transfer of this material. Some of this is in Arabian Night. So, and Princess and the Cobbler. More of it's in A Princess and the Cobbler. So maybe you could... I would love to have a... DEFCON X... If you're looking for more along these lines, though, you're looking for London, like British commercial animation from the 80s, is really the style. Like Tony White's work. Like Tony White's books, and Tony White's reel and stuff like that. And Oscar Grillo. Uli Meyer. Let's see. I don't know, Uli Meyer, Oscar Grillo, and the Animator's Handbook, I think it's called. London Commercial Animation of the 80s, etc. Was the movement. But I can tell you more probably in the Recobbled Cut Facebook group or orangecow.org/board. We've discussed this a little more. Because there were lots of people who did this sort of thing. But, yeah. It's stuff that's hard to find now. A lot of Richard's work was hard to find, which is why I set about archiving it. Like, but yeah, that was a movement that he was part of, as well as trying to pass along 40s like animation knowledge. He was very influential on the Disney Renaissance. Like, he was asked to direct Beauty and the Beast and said no, because he was only interested, at one point, he was only interested in making this film, really. Which he never got to finish, of course. But yeah, he was very influential on Disney's success in the 90s. He wasn't the only influence, obviously, but he was influential. And not just in the sense that they ripped him off, but he'd sort of trained, some of their better animators, like Andreas Deja and Eric Goldberg, had also come out of Dick Williams' studio and that type of thinking. And Eric Goldberg has a very fluid style, which feels very Williams inspired. He's someone who could definitely do that kind of thing. And Disney at the time, like I said, did still have some of the old men like Milt Kahl, Frank Thomas, and Ollie Johnston, but so they had a focus on like passing on that knowledge from the old guys. But that was Dick's focus, and that was a hugely influential focus. And Dick had people like Art Babbitt and Ken Harris. And it was a whole thing. It was a thing. Okay. I might have to call it. Oh, final question. So I noticed the Academy had some background cells for the War Machine scene. Have you spotted any for this sequence floating around online? I honestly don't remember. Douglas Kirk was a background artist who kept some stuff, and I don't remember if there was anything from this scene in the Academy's collection. I mean, this shot, I guess. But we did post... Luca Menicelli, who is a researcher who helped me out with this. There's the Thief and the Cobbler scrapbook. Later installments of the Thief and the Cobbler scrapbook at Archive, at my archive, have the Academy stuff in it. Maybe volume 9. The last volume, something like that. I don't remember if they have anything from this scene. I don't think so, like this shot or the other shot. I don't think so, but the thief1.blogspot.com does. So there's that. So we got that going for us. They have some material from this. And I'll add that to the description here. Yeah, that blog, the Thief blog, had some stuff from this shot, I think, but it was like sketches, that sort of thing. I will say that Alex Williams, Dick's son, was always very supportive of this project, and so were some of the other folks. But yeah, Alex was always very supportive. I remember it's hard to talk and do this at the same time. I feel like a chump saying that, but it is. I remember going to Alex's house early on when I'd done like some of the first recobbled tests, and showing him a DVD of the chase sequence. And the whole movie was in there, but I just showed him the chase sequence, and it didn't even work right on his DVD player. It got cropped, so you could only see some of it. But I remember how excited he was by it, because he said, geez, if you could really do this, really restore the film the way it was supposed to be, that would really be something. And I said, well, I have. The whole movie's on that DVD, and you can watch it. And he said, yeah, but I don't know if he fully quite, but he said, yeah, but if you could really do it. So I think the later recobbled cuts were my attempts to really do it. But yeah, Alex was always supportive. I didn't usually hear from anyone else, but I think everyone was. So many of the original animators and everything were very supportive and donated materials and information and stuff like that. I gather that the whole thing was complicated in ways that I wasn't privy to. And I think I would feel dumb speaking out about it without knowing everything. And I think I said too much when I did talk about it. He was a complicated man also, but it was a complicated situation. I think I've done a better job of talking about this in the past on nights when I'm a little less tired than this. I think the questions got a little better when I got too tired to actually answer them in a coherent way. So I might call it. Oh my God, it's 10. Okay. Yeah, see, I've lost track of time. I totally lost. I do, though. I do lose track of time. Yeah, see, I'm over time, even by whatever standard that was. So I'm going to call it because I don't want to screw up my sleeping schedule anymore. But thank you for coming by. And sticking around with me. I'm gonna plug in. Well, I'll plug in my phone. I'll plug in this pen. So maybe I'll be able to do this tomorrow. Plug in this pen though for now, because it was dead. The pen was dead. But thank you for coming by to the stream. Hope you all have a good week. Hope you have a good week. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know. It's possible. But have a good night now. I thought I'd only be streaming for a little bit, but this has been 4 hours. So I should actually make sure that I sleep. But because I'm having sinus surgery in a few days, and I'm gonna be in the hospital for a few days. Hopefully that will help, because I've just been exhausted for a very long time, and I'm hoping that that'll help my sleeping, because I'm pretty sure I'm just not breathing correctly when I'm sleeping. And certainly when I'm awake, I'm not breathing correctly, so hopefully that can all get fixed, because I've always been allergic to California very badly. And it's really messed me up at this point. Like I just don't. I know I'm getting pretty old anyway, but I just don't have the strength anymore after all this. And so I'm hoping this helps. All right, but thank you for coming by. Hope you all have a good week. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'm just tired right now. But thank you. Have a good one.